All right. So, as I like to say with these things, as long as everything is working the way that it should be working, we are now live. So, hello and welcome to everyone who's watching the Written in Melanin channel. Wherever this day man found you, I'm so glad that you are here. My name is Chelsea and I write books about black girls who aren't all that nice. And it is a Thursday. So, we are here and back with some writing sprints to be productive. So, La is here. Hello. Welcome. Good morning. How are you, ma'am? And yeah, all that good stuff. I am getting back on schedule. I missed last week because traveling to Texas, but we are here. We're ready to be productive. It's going to be a good day. Feeling a little bit, I don't know, what is the word I'm looking for? Centered, maybe? I feel like I'm at a space where I'm like, okay, I'm getting back into the flow of things, the scheme of things. And I'm really excited for it because this is, I guess, I don't want to say the last Thursday sprint, but today's the last day of February, which means March Madness is literally right around the corner. So I am super excited for it. So that being said, if you guys are interested in the March Madness sprints, that starts tomorrow actually. So there's a schedule and everything in the description box below, so get into that. But yeah, let me know how you guys are doing and what you're working on today, and shout out to La and Rachel and Z who are in the chat. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's see here. All is well. I'm ready to start writing some words. You and me both. It has been an interesting journey working on Project Necromancer, you guys, because if you guys watch the channel, I've been trying to do writing updates. They have not been consistent, mostly because I'm one of those people where I'm like, if I don't have anything to say, I don't know how to make a video about it. That's just like out of my wheelhouse, right? But I am also like, I should probably do a writing update because the way that I thought that I was going to have this book done so much sooner. And it's just like every time I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm getting into a flow. I've got this. I'm ready. I just hit like another slump and I'm like, oh my goodness, what is happening? What is happening? And I have finally gotten to a point where I'm like, I still have really ambitious goals for this year, but I'm also like, things are going to have to go at the pace that they're going to go. I cannot force this process to be any faster than what it currently is. And I just kind of have to live with that. I kind of have to live with that. Also, shout out to Joanne who came in. Hello, welcome. How are you? Let us know what you're working on. But yeah, as for me, all that being said, I have several goals. So just so you guys know where I'm at mentally, right? This is probably going to be one of those days where I sprint for a really long time because I got things that I need to get done. First thing that is on the list is I want to go through chapter 8. I finally finished it. It has been plaguing me, but I finally got to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm good with it. So I'm going to be reading that so that I can get it over to Ben. And then I have started chapter 10. I'm about halfway through it. I just need to write the second half of the scene. So that's my second goal for today. If I can do those two things, then after that, it's going back to chapter 9 because I kind of flip-flop between two characters' perspectives. So I kind of jump chapters a little bit. But those are kind of my big goals, and just kind of, I don't want to say get some more momentum, but like get back on track, get back into the flow of things. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Let's see here. It's the moment you put a deadline on something that the brain wants to nap. 100%. And I don't know if that's what's happening or not. I'm just kind of like, bruh, this is not what I signed up for, like at all. And it's frustrating. It's super frustrating, but it is what it is. It's part of the process. Like I'm still learning how my process works, and it's just like it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah. Let's see here. Rachel said, I'm wrestling with the middle book in my series. So that is going on today. I redid my story act board so I can move things around and maybe figure this puzzle out. Feel that. I think planning and plotting is like a very unique skill. It's a very unique skill. So I hope that you get that worked out because I have learned that for all of my ambitions and goals with Project Necromancer, it is actually just better for me if I don't try to plan things out. Like if I have a general outline and then I just fill in things as I go along and kind of like keep an idea. Like, I don't know, not make a map necessarily, but like make goalposts essentially, and then just kind of map out the steps as I'm taking those steps. I don't know if that makes sense, but I was looking back at my plotting and stuff from earlier this month or last month or whatever, and I'm like, I haven't really deviated, but the pacing that I thought I was going to be at is definitely different. So each step is more so like, I don't know, each step is more so like a couple of chapters versus one chapter. And I can expect that because like I'm a long-winded writer. That's just kind of who I am. But learning, it's a process. All that to say that I hope you get your puzzle figured out, because it really is that at the end of the day. It really is a puzzle. Also, shout out to TB who came in. Good morning. How are you? What are you working on? Let us know. Also, I'm not sure how the time works out, but 10 minutes after the hour is when we're getting into our first sprint. So make sure you guys do whatever you need to do to get ready for that. Speaking of, I need to take my own advice and make sure that I have everything pulled up. But let's see here. Z said, I'm well. Awesome. Trying to write anytime I'm free. Love that. I feel that in my spirit. Feel that. African magical realism, contemporary low fantasy about a woman with beast husbands, were hyena and naga. You know what? I'm always down for a woman with multiple husbands. I don't know. I feel like there are so many stories about men who have multiple wives, but I'm like, I want more stories about women who have multiple husbands. Like, I don't know. I feel like that'd be interesting. I don't know. Is it a strange thing? No, it's not, because when I think about some of my favorite anime, all of them are, I know that, okay, what is the proper term? Because I know it's not reverse harem. I know that that's not the proper term, but I can never for the life of me remember what is the proper unoffensive term for it. So if anybody knows, please let me know. But I'm here for it. I am here for it. Sounds interesting. Joanne is working on Bakery Rivals Lover, Project Sugar and Spice. Awesome. And I'm trying to multitask, y'all. Y'all know how well I do that. Okay, I got my stuff pulled up because, like I said, I'm working on chapter 8 and making sure that it makes sense so that I can send it to Ben. So that's what I'm doing this first sprint. I didn't plan it out to begin with, but I have those points I'd like to hit and something just doesn't feel right. Got you. I feel like planning is a special skill. I would love to offer advice on that, but I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. But let's see here. Doing well, and I hope to finish the first part of my novella. Awesome. I got one more scene to work on, and then going into the middle. Love that. I hope you hit that. I'm tired of people not supporting women with many husbands. Seems hypocritical. It 100% is. 100% is. And I hear why choose for a lot of books with reverse harems, at least in the romance space. You know, but the thing is, I feel like why choose has to be between like multiple like dating interests, not like, okay, because I feel like with We Are the Origin, like Freya's in a committed relationship with all the other gods. It's not like, oh, which one am I going to pick, right? Because I feel like why choose implies like, oh, love triangle. Which one is the main character going to go with, right? I don't know. I feel like that's different. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't spend a lot of time in romance spaces because I told y'all, romance girlies scare me. Like I stay out of those spaces if I can. But yeah, polyamory, is that just what it's called? But I feel like polyamory doesn't necessarily signify like there's one woman with multiple partners. I don't know. I love my multiple meals with my dragoness. See, this is why y'all ended up on my channel, because we are all on the same page, and I love this for us. Polyandry is for women. Okay. We're getting somewhere. What is it for men though? No idea. But it's 11:11. That's a good time to start. So we are going to go ahead and get into this first sprint. If you guys have been here before, then you already know how this works. If you're new here, welcome. We do a 45-minute sprints around these parts, and chill hop will be in the background. My timer does actually make a sound now. So when you hear it go off, it'll be time to come back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. So that being said, you guys, I hope you are productive, and we will touch base in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of the good stuff. As for me, I am most of the way through this chapter that I am planning to send to Ben. Mostly just cleaning it up and also moving some of the information over to my story Bible so that I have it for reference. Not major things, but also little things that do need to be noticed. Remembered, not noticed, remembered. So yeah, let me know how you guys did. Also, shout out to Ash and Shannon who came in while we were working, and Read, Love, Listen who just came in. Hello, welcome. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's see here. Shannon made friends with the like button. I hope you do too. It's a very nice button. Click it. Click it. Let's see here. Ash is finalizing her anthologies mission that's due today. So good luck. I believe in you. You've got this. If nothing else, I am going to be here for a while until I accomplish some things. So we will be working together. Love that for us. Let's see here. Joanne had to leave for a meeting, but she'll be back. Rachel also has a meeting, but will be back. So lots of meetings. Hope you guys have good ones. Let's see here. Read, Live, Listen is running errands. So cool. Be safe out there. Let's see here. Law said, I did things, chatted a bit, sent in some job applications, and wrote a few words. Not enough, though. I'll do better the next sprint. Hey, that's all. That's what counts. That's what matters. I don't know how many words I got, but I do like how this chapter is shaping up. And I don't know. It's kind of weird because it's like, it's not that I'm editing it, it's more so like I'm going through it and making sure that the little bits of like breadcrumbs and lore and stuff that I'm leaving in the chapter are adding up to what I know is going to be coming up, if that makes sense. So that's what I have been working on. Like I said, I'm almost done. I'm on page 8 of 15, and it's going a lot faster in the later part of the story because that's the part that I have most recently written, but that's also the part that through all of like my rewriting and stuff did not change as much. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. Let's see here. Ash said got 12% of the story reviewed. Awesome. Love that. Also, you guys, today is Thursday, which means Ash will be sprinting on her channel later tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to get into it, make sure that you are subscribed to her channel as well. And also, in case I forget to say it, this is your reminder to drink some water, breathe, take some deep breaths, open a window, go outside, do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself. As for me, I will be taking my own advice in this next sprint coming up. So yeah, let's see here. Typed what I hand wrote yesterday, about 1,338 words. Awesome. Then added 249 in the middle somewhere. That's the part where the female main character has a Faustian bargain offered to her. Ooh, this sounds really interesting. Like, I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. Ben said, looking forward to having more to read. I hope so. I have fought tooth and nail for this chapter, so I hope you enjoy it. Even if you don't, I expect you to lie to me this time. I really do, because I refuse to go back and adjust this chapter again. Not until I go back through for like my true legitimate edits. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's where my brain is at right now. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm enjoying it. Reading back through it, I was initially concerned that the way that I wrote it wasn't going to make sense with how some of the information was introduced. But like reading through it, I'm like, no, this actually goes through and flows well together. I did. I said lie to me because that's what I need. Sometimes you have to be honest with what you're looking for. Sometimes you just have to be like, you know what? Even if you don't like this, I need you to tell me that you do. That's kind of the point that I'm at, specifically with chapter 8, because when I looked back at my Notion, so just in case you guys don't know, if you sign up for my Patreon, which link in the description box, support the channel and me, all that good stuff, yada yada yada. But on the Patreon, I have a Notion template for a story Bible, and in it, there's a place to keep track of your writing and such. And so in it, I was looking at, where I had kept, keep my chapters and stuff, like how long they are. But one of the things that you can keep track of is when you wrote it. Because for me, I just like to know, like, when did I actually finish this chapter, so that when on my next project, when I'm like, oh, this is about how long it's going to take me, I actually have like dates and stuff to reference, right? Y'all, when I looked at it and I was like, I technically finished the first draft of this chapter back in January, and now we are almost in March and I am still working on it. Nah, I'm not doing it again. I'm not. And I know Ben's not going to lie to me. That's one of the reasons why I love him. But also I'm like, I'm not doing it. It's going to have to wait for future Chelsea. If he doesn't like it, it's going to have to wait for future Chelsea, because there's absolutely no way that I can go change it again. I have nothing left to give this chapter. Nothing. It's been taken from me. It has all been taken. But that's okay. That's okay. I like it so far. I think it works. So, that's kind of where I'm at. Now I'm anxious that he's not going to like it. I'm gonna leave it where it's at. Because what I am trying to do, honestly and truly, is get through this so I can work on chapter 10. Because chapter 10 is where some fun things really start to happen. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about it, actually. Also, I don't know why, but I feel like, side note, I feel like my camera looks really super yellow for some reason. So I feel like I need to fix that. But yeah. I'm actually really looking forward to writing chapter 10. I feel like I said, that's when things start to, like, I don't want to say things start to pop off, but there are some people who got some questions about a couple things that are happening, and they are demanding answers. And I kind of like it. Because, I don't know, if y'all know me at all, you know that I like to say I write books about Black girls who aren't all that nice. And yeah, we're going to start getting into some of that not niceness pretty soon. Okay, I think that helps a little bit. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why I look so orange. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm paranoid. I'm gonna let it go. I don't know if you guys can hear Ben sneezing in the background, but bless you. Okay, got distracted. I'm back. Fully focused. All right. La said I'm looking forward to chapter 10 too. You and me both, homie. I'm excited because here's the thing about me, and for better for worse, I don't think this is a spoiler, but the thing is, I'm the type of person where I realize that even though there are romantic elements in the book, I am really, like, who I am as a person. I'm like, genuinely, like, you got to be 100% in or 100% out. Like, I don't care. I feel like when it comes to romantic elements in my stories, I'm very much like old school parents who are like, be in or be out, but you're not going to be running in and out of my house. That's how I feel when it comes to romance. Like, be in or be out, but you're not going to be running in and out of my life. Like, that's not a thing. That's not going to happen, right? And I feel like that always happens in my stories. And chapter 10 is very much a be in or be out type moment, and I'm excited for it. And not been adjusting the light so that hopefully that fixes whatever is happening with my camera right now. I don't know. But maybe it's because the window is open. That's a possibility. You're a great writer, so if you think it's awesome, it probably is. Oh, thank y'all. I hope you're right. Also, y'all are just gonna sit here and let me keep talking like this timer did not stop already. Love that for us, for me, for you guys. Just running my mouth, not paying attention to things. But that being said, you guys, our 10-minute break is up. So we are going to go ahead and get over into this next sprint. So you guys already know how this works. 45 minutes on the clock. Chill, hop in the background. When you hear me talking to you again, it'll be time to come back and let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. Love that you expect me to pay attention. Look, one of us has to, and clearly it was not me. So I don't know what we're gonna do. But all that said, you guys, I am going to get up for a little bit in this next sprint to like stretch, breathe, drink some water. You know, take my own advice that I be telling y'all, and then I'll be back. So hope you guys are productive, and we will talk in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So let us know what you did, how you did, all of the good stuff. As for me, myself, I completed chapter 8, got that cleaned up, sent it off to Ben, and I am now 7 words into chapter 10. So not a whole lot. I decided to kind of like skip over rereading it because I was like, I really do need to get some things done. And I was like, if I reread it, I'm like, I already know what happens. I've already read this multiple times. So I'm like, let me just write this part that needs to be done. So got my story Bible set up with the things that I know like need to happen, and yeah, we're going to get into this on this next sprint. So really excited about it. Also got up and stretched a little bit at the beginning because I have to take my own advice. So yeah, let's see here. Rachel has came back to pop in, despise budgetary meetings. That does not sound fun. Going to take a break and grab some more coffee. Love that for you. And then hitting this book, possibly literally. Feel that. I understand that frustration. So yeah, and then Ben got the chapter and has to decide if he's going to abandon work for the rest of the day to read it, or if he's going to hold off until after. You know, I cannot make those decisions for you. It's not the longest chapter I've ever sent you, so keep that in mind. But if I can get chapter 10 done, that means I can work on chapter 9, because chapter 9 is already written, like, and I don't think it's actually changing. But as I say that, I knock on wood, because I said that about chapter 8 too. So yeah. Let's see here. Splendid work. Thank y'all. I wrote like 129 words, but I'm finally getting somewhere with this chapter. Whoop whoop. It only took me forever. Look, man, I looked at the last chapter that I sent Ben because my hierarchy for like the chapters or whatever is whenever I export something from Dabble to put it in like a Word document, so that I'm like, okay, this is like the finished clean document. I don't know if I've ever actually talked about my structure on the channel actually. So the way it works, I write my chapters in Dabble, but in Dabble there is an export feature. So whenever I finish a chapter and I'm like, okay, I'm like good with it, I export it to Word, and I do that because I have the Pro Writing Aid feature plugin or whatever, because I paid for the lifetime of Pro Writing Aid, and I run it through that, and that's how I get like my cleanup. It's not like a true edit. It's just like the most glaring things, like, oh, you missed a word. You wrote barley instead of barely. Stuff like that, right? I clean it up, and then I have a copy for myself, which is like the clean copy, right? But then I also make a copy of it that I send to Ben for him to read and leave his comments on. So, but in the naming structure of my folders or whatever, whenever I export something, I'm always like, okay, this is the chapter, this is whose perspective it is in, and this is the date that I exported it. And the reason I do that is I learned when I was working on We Are the Origin that there will be multiple versions of a chapter sometimes. And if I just name it like, oh, this is chapter 8, I'm like, okay, which version of chapter 8 is this? Is this the one that I need? Is this the most recent version? And sometimes, like, when you're in the file thing, it'll show you the last modified, but like, I also don't like that, because if you go into like an older version and you just tweak something and you mess around and save it, or the autosave is on, then that'll change it to the last modified, and it can be really confusing. So if the date is just in the title of the file, it's that much easier or whatever. So all that to say that I looked at it and I was like, wow, the last chapter that I sent Ben was in January, which means I have not finished a chapter all month long. And like, I knew that, but also seeing it is just like, bruh, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. But I'm also like, okay, at least I'm getting somewhere now. At least I'm further along than I was before. So I'll take that as a win. It's a process. It's a process. And I guess you got to be here for the journey. Got to be locked in for the journey. But yeah. But as you said, we're moving. We move, right? Let's see here. Rachel said, I think I have the scenes in order now. Awesome. I know where to go with this middle book. Awesome. 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 And when you say middle book, do you mean like middle grade or the middle book in like a series? Because I would just like a little clarification personally. Let's see here. Z said, mostly edited a previous chapter. Awesome. And then slowly vibed into the next, trying to clean up plot points. Feel that. I hope it is going successfully for you. And yeah. Cleaning up plot points. Whew. I don't know. And it's so crazy because I feel like, and I know this makes no sense, but I feel like when I try to write down my plot points, they don't make nearly as much sense as when I'm just writing. And I'm like, ooh, this should happen. And I just roll with it, you know? And I don't know if what that says about me or how my brain works, but like when I sit down and try to be like, oh, these are how these things are going to connect and this is what I'm going to write into the book, it's like, nope, that's not how this is going to work. That's not how any of this is going to work. And then it deviates, but then it starts to like not make sense. But when I'm in it and I'm writing it, I'm like, oh, this is where this should go. This is how this should like play out and like work together. So, I don't know. Hopefully it works out better for you than it did for me. Middle book in the series. Okay, 5 books total in this series plotline. Got you. Okay. That makes sense. I agree. Chelsea, are you a pantser too? I am very much a pantser. I'm trying to be more of a plotter. It is not necessarily going well. Like there are things and tools that work for me, but I am realizing that my stories just work a lot better when I just let my brain do what it's naturally going to do. So my compromise on that is because I'm really trying to add some structure to like my process so that I can repeat the process without relying purely 100% on like motivation, because I've seen it in multiple places, but the one that kind of comes to my mind is I read the book Atomic Habits, and by read I mean I listened to the audiobook or whatever, right? And the one line that really stuck with me is that you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems or whatever. And I was just like, bruh, that makes sense, right? And then I also saw something recently talking about habits. I think Octavia Butler was the one who was talking, who has like a quote about habits versus inspiration, right? And so part of the reason that Project Necromancer has been challenging me so badly is because I'm like, I am trying to get a process out of this. I'm trying to get a system. I'm trying to get habits that I can like reliably fall back on versus being like, oh, I just need inspiration to hit me where I just want to sit down and write, right? But the core of who I am, I'm a pantser. I just like to make the stuff that I make up on the fly makes way more sense than anything that I sit down and try to intentionally come up with. I don't know why it works that way. And it might be like I just literally have to write it for it to make sense. Because there are some things where I'm like, oh, if this happens and this and this has to happen, like domino effect, right? But for a lot of the things, I'm just like, I don't know. I know how the book is going to end. I don't know how we're going to get there. I don't know the things that are going to happen because I don't know if I've talked about this before, but like with We Are the Origin, like in the early drafts of it, like Pine and Brandy were not going to be friends, like at all. But when I sat down to write it, I was just like, this just makes more sense this way. And changing her character kind of changed the entire trajectory of the story, but it did it for the better. So like that's where my brain is at, and I'm trying to get to a point where it's just like, okay, even if I am pantsing it and I'm making everything up, I still have like a system where I can write things down. So the way things have been going as of right now is I write a chapter. When I go through it to clean it up and edit it for Ben, then that's when I'm also adding like stuff to my 3-block 9-act whatever 3-act 9-block structure, whatever that I have in my Notion. And I'm also keeping my like overview outline and stuff in my story Bible, and it's just like, this is what happened in this chapter instead of trying to predict what is happening. Because I said this earlier, but like I write slower. So even looking at the structure, I'm not like, oh, all of this is going to happen in one chapter. I'm like, this happens, but it kind of happens over 2 chapters instead of just one. So that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. Pantser, but I'm using a tool to try and get them in some sort of structure. So I guess a plantser. Yeah, and that's kind of how I would describe myself, as somewhere in the middle. Because there is a plan. It's just mostly in my head. And when I try to write it down, the plan changes. That's actually a really accurate description of what happens. My brain is a rebel. Like there's a saying in my life, in my household, that no one can tell me what to do, even myself. And it's very frustrating, super frustrating. But literally that's how it works. Like once I write down the plan has to change. So I'm kind of at a point where I'm just like, I just need to stop writing down the plan. I just need to stop writing it down. It'll probably make my life so much easier. So much easier. Nothing ever goes as expected. I thought this was going to be a normal chapter, and somehow it's turning into like 8K. Woo! But that's definitely answered me. 8,000 words. That's hefty. That's hefty. I think my longest chapter is like 7K. That's crazy. Good luck with editing that. Love that for you. What you're talking about resonates with me, is why I mentioned that. Got you. Plantsers are the best of both worlds, or the worst, depending on how you feel about it that day. So yeah. If Pine and Brandy weren't friends, I'd be very sad. You know what? One day, La, I should send you one of the very early versions. Because I guess I could say this. The book's out, and it doesn't happen in this version. But in an early version, Brandy absolutely past tenses Pine. That was definitely going to be Pine's trajectory. She was supposed to be one of those characters where her absence kind of makes things harder for the team. But I was just like, nah, that doesn't really work in this version. So, yeah. The only thing that, yeah, in all fairness, Pine was a completely different character. So, yeah. I did actually start the timer, but then I kept talking and the 10 minutes were up. So, that's where we're at. We're going to start the next sprint at 10 minutes after. So you guys have about 3 minutes to get your life, get yourself together, get ready for this next sprint. Do what you need to do. If you are watching this and you have not tapped the like button yet, please go ahead and do that, because it does not hurt you and it helps me out a lot. But yeah. Shock face, not Pine. Yeah, honestly, in early versions of the book, there are some things that have absolutely stayed the same, right? But Pine had a complete overhaul. Like, her personality isn't all that different, but instead of disliking Brandy, because like ultimately, right? When I first started writing We Are the Origin, Pine and Brandy were going to have a relationship more like Naruto and Sasuke, but they weren't necessarily going to work it out. Instead of being besties by the end, Brandy was going to be like, you know what? I'm sick of you, because they're assassins, and they were going to handle their problems as assassins would. And Brandy was going to come out on top in that fight. But it didn't work. It didn't work. The whole plot of the story ended up being completely different. And, Brandy was a lot more feral in the early versions of the book. Yes, I will definitely agree with that. And, I mean, don't get me wrong. In the early versions of the book, Pine deserved it. She absolutely deserved it. But it was also a thing where in the early versions of the book, Pine was really jealous of Brandy and Noble's relationship. And that kind of like led to issues or whatever. But neither here nor there. When I overhauled the book, her personality stayed the same, but the jealousy or whatever that was the driving factor of their collision, I kind of took that out. It wasn't necessary at that point. So yeah. While this sounds amazing, I'm still very glad the book turned out the way it did. Me too. Me too. But yeah, but the premise of the book is still very much the same in a lot of core ways. Like Brandy and Jack were always going to leave. Noble was always going to chase after them and be kind of upset that he wasn't included in on the plan. They were always going to meet Sarah. There was always going to be like a clash in her village. Like there are some things that just did not change. It's just the way that it came about, and the actual writing of it changed a lot. Like a lot, like a lot. It's basically unrecognizable at this point, honestly. But it was fun. It was fun. But that being said, you guys, it is now 10 minutes after the hour. So we are going to go ahead and jump into this next sprint. So if you are joining us just now, cool, welcome. Hope you're doing well. But if you guys have been with me, y'all already know what this is. 45 minutes on the clock, chill hop in the background. And when you hear me talking to you again, it'll be time to come back and let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. This is going to be our third sprint for the day, and you guys know that I don't guarantee anything beyond 3 sprints, but this will probably, I'm like 90% sure this will not be our last sprint of the day, if that makes sense. So hope you guys are productive, and I will talk to you in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. As for me, I got 529 words so far into chapter 10. So feeling pretty good about that. Got a couple things to work out. Specifically, part of what has to happen is there's going to be some pain involved. And I'm just kind of like, ooh, which character is going to get the full force of this? And so I've been kind of going back and forth because I'm like, like when I originally thought of the scene, I was like, oh yeah, it's definitely for sure going to be Nessa. But then as I was going through it, I was like, but I write stories about Black girls who aren't all that nice. So would she really do this if she didn't have to? And then I'm like, does she have to? Because she put this off on somebody else? And if so, what does that look like? So that's kind of where I'm at. Gotta kind of nail down exactly how this is going to work, but we'll see. I'm kind of having fun with it though. So we'll see. Also, shout out to Tatiana who came in while we were working, sprinting. Welcome, love. If you guys don't know, along with La and Celeste, she is also part of the author council, and I absolutely love her books. So like, get into it. Make sure you read Bones to the Wind. So, but that being said, welcome, love. Hope you're being productive. Let's see here. I've gotten 383 words so far during my writing session. Awesome. Love that. Let's see here. Ash got another 10% done. Had to make a run for lunch. Honestly, I am getting to a point where I want some food. Not gonna lie. Is it Japanese? It's like a fusion restaurant, that is not too far from here. And they have like this chicken katsu, I think is what it's called, or whatever. It's really good, and I kind of want some because they also have sushi, and I'm like, the way I could go for that right now, but I'm also like, the way this economy is set up, I really got to figure out if that's what I want to do, if that's how I want to spend my life. But I have not, unfortunately, I haven't eaten today, so I should probably do that in the next sprint or so. We'll see if responsible Chelsea kicks in, but I'm also like, now that I'm actually in the midst of like getting some writing done, I don't really want to stop to get food, if that makes sense. So we'll see how it works out. Let's see here. Z said, did another chapter, lots of drama there. Ooh, love it. Now trying to pull together various points. Sounds good. Also, Celeste is here. Look at every member of the author council showing up today. What? This is amazing. So also a reminder that if you guys have not checked out the channel, Celeste was on recently talking about her latest book, the third book in her trilogy, that is releasing in March. So get into that. We had a cover reveal on the channel, and also she talked about ChatGPT and how it's a tool for authors and how you're actually supposed to use it. So feel free to check that out. Let's see here. Rachel said there's a shift in the antagonist lineup for me. Ooh, okay. Antagonists are interesting because Ben and I have literally been talking about that. Because the live action for Avatar is out now. I haven't seen it. And the way Netflix is doing these prices, may never see it, right? But I've seen clips and stuff of people like talking about it online, and I'm like, I don't know about this. Like, we need to, like you said, there needs to be a shift in the antagonist lineup, because I'm like, people are really changing Ozai and Azula, and I have very strong opinions about it, because at least the discourse on Twitter, right, is that, oh, like, people are mad because they're changing it, the writers changed them for the live action, and they're giving reasons and stuff, and I'm like, that's not even why I'm mad. The thing is, for me as I'm like, every villain does not have a reason for why they are a villain, and I feel like they're trying to give like I mean, I feel like they're trying to make them sympathetic in a way. And I'm just like, no, Ozai is not a good dad. That's literally part of who he is. Oh, thank you. And Azula is a psychopath. That's part of who she is, part of how she was raised, but like that's who she is, right? And I feel like everybody wants a Zuko redemption arc, and it's like everybody can't be Zuko. Everybody doesn't get a redemption arc, and that's okay. That's good storytelling to an extent. But I can't really talk about it in depth because I haven't seen it, right? I can only go by the clips that I have seen. But I'm just kind of like looking at the clips, I'm like, I don't actually want to watch this. And it's not even because it's like, oh, I'm against it fundamentally because the creators. No, it's like, if even knowing nothing about Avatar, even if that was the case, I'm like, from the clips that I have seen, I'm like, if this is supposed to be the selling point, you're not selling me very well. You are not selling me very well. But that's just me. That's just me. But yeah, I'm going to be working on a commission. Cool. I'm trying something new and attempting to add in a 3D element into the illustration to help with the perspective look more accurate. That's cool. That's very cool. I personally would love to see it. I'm a fan of your art. And if you guys don't know, Celeste is the cover artist behind We Are the Origin and We Are Dying God. So like get into her artwork. It's dope. It's dope. Love your author community. It looks so supportive. We all need that. Some authors be acting too competitive. Look, man, we could have whole conversations about that, because when I tell you that the author council is superb, like they are superb. They are incredible. Like I love these people down. I truly. And it's interesting because I know exactly what you mean. And it's part of the reason why I was like, we should have an author council. And it's just the four of us, and I actually really like it that way. Plan to keep it that way. But also, if you are looking for a community, I do have the Melanin Network, which is a community of Black authors. So if you're interested in that, let me know. Hit me up on literally any social media platform. And yeah, we can go from there. I've definitely done writing sessions without eating. Yeah, I probably should do that. But I'm also like, Ben gets off in like an hour, and then we can figure out food for dinner. Because the way it's set up right now, I would have to like go cook, and I just don't want to do that while I'm in the middle of writing. You feel me? And I also just don't want noodles again, because Ben will make me noodles, but I just don't want noodles right now. I am the irresponsible adult where I'm like, yeah, we got food, but it's not food that I want, so I'm not gonna eat. That's just like that's the option. It's like, if it's like eat the food you don't want or don't eat, my brain is like, okay, we just won't eat, period. So that's where we're at. Adulting. Interesting place to be. Let's see. Oh, Tatiana, you've seen it. I'm scared to see Avatar. People are dragging it, and Tatiana has seen it. I would be interested to know your takes on it. Only because I need y'all to know that I love Tatiana, but we also fundamentally disagree on a lot of things. Because we were talking, when I saw her when we met in Texas, we were talking about Korra. And if y'all know, I don't like Korra. I do not like Legend of Korra at all. But she made valid points. She did. And I was just also like, nah, it's not for me. It's not for me. So I'm interested to know what your take is on the live action, because I've also seen other people talk about it who like actually are really into it, and no one's like, oh, it's good. Everybody, even the people who were hype about it, like really hype about it, almost apologetic about it, they were like, it's mid. So I'm like, I wonder how the people who were not excited about it actually really feel. I'm curious. Discourse is rough. Yeah. How is Ozai, someone who burnt his kid's face on purpose, going to be sympathetic? Right? Even in the clip that I saw, it didn't make sense for how they did it, because in it, right? In the clip, Ozai says the Agni Kai is over when one firebender burns another. He literally burns Zuko's shoulder, and it's just like, it's a circle or whatever. Sucks, but it's there, right? But then he walks up to him, grabs his hand, and puts it on over his heart. He was like, compassion is a weakness, like he's teaching some kind of lesson, and then he burns his face off. And I was just like, what? And then the whole time Azula looks like she's about to cry, and I'm like, this doesn't add up. I am so confused. And mind you, the clip is only like a minute and some change, maybe 2 minutes tops. And I'm like, in 2 minutes, you have fundamentally made me so angry about how these two characters are being portrayed. And mind you, in the original, neither one of them have talking lines. I'm like, how did you mess this up? How? I don't know. Just think, taking out the sexism to make a character not be so bad, what that is, to be so bad, what that is something they had to grow out of. You know, and the thing about Sokka's sexism is, I feel like by taking it out, it completely dismisses the reality that he was like the oldest man in his village for most of his life, because all of the men have left to go fight the war. He is literally the man of the village. So all of his viewpoints come from a very, very small bubble and very limited worldview. That he's that way for a reason, and it lines up. So if you take that away from him, it's like, that's weird. He grew up in a village full of women and children who took care of everything. They were literally left behind to essentially take care of the house. And the men went off to fight wars. Like, that is his entire fundamental upbringing. And so you take that out. But the crazy thing is, it literally by like episode 3 or 4 of book 1, Sokka is getting rid of his sexism to a large extent because he meets Suki. And Suki is just like, nah, we ain't having none of that. We're not having any of that. It's whatever. I have very strong opinions. But that also is kind of founded in the fact that, like, I personally don't really feel like if something is done really well in one medium that you should then try to translate it to another medium. Like, just let it be great for what it was. Like, everything does not need a remake. Everything does not need an adaptation. Everything does not need to be, oh, we need to update it for this generation. You know what's still great? The Lion King. And you know what kids still watch? The original version of The Lion King. Like, literally, there's no one who's like, oh, I love the live action adaptation of The Lion King. No, that's not how it works, because you want to know why? The original was fine and it still exists. I think the only live action that is doing well is like The Little Mermaid, and that's 100% because of Halle. So I'm just one of those people where I'm just like, you don't need to change the medium of things to get the point across, or to make a newer generation like it. You could just update the animation so that they can watch it on TV in whatever version of TV that they have. Like, that is an option. That is a thing, right? You didn't need to redo the whole thing and make it worse. But that's just me. There's nothing wrong with Sokka's character because he grew out of his flaws, and he was 15, right? He was 15. He was like, what, 14 at the start of the episode? I'm like, I would like to show me a mentally well-developed 14-year-old. Just anyone. I would like to see it personally. Some kids are mature, but they're still 14. They're children. And that's the point of the show. They are children. They have a lot of room to grow. Korra was the worst lesbian or bisexual rep. Owl House was better, and only season 1 was good for Korra. Owl House was great all around. I did not like any season of Korra because I was just like, here's the thing. If you grow up in a time of peace, I get that she's the Avatar, right? But there are some things that I felt like just kind of broke the lore, because if she's a waterbender, why was firebending the thing that came naturally to her and airbending was the thing that she struggled with? That was just so weird to me, because I was like, even within the lore of the Avatar world, like, it's your opposite element that's the hardest to learn. So I was just like, oh, that's interesting. But we're not going to get into a breakdown of that. We're not going to get into a breakdown of Korra. Just know that I did not like it. I've tried multiple times to try to like it, or at least get through it so that I could bash it accordingly. But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So it is what it is. I wish we could do a series of conversations with Tatiana and Chelsea in a bookstore. I was very entertained. two authors in a bookstore is pretty fun. Let's see. I don't think Avatar is worth subscribing to Netflix for, but I don't think it was movie terrible either. To me, it was solid, just mid. Yeah, I don't think anything could be as terrible as that movie was. Toph created the police, y'all. I just don't think that they should make adaptations of great stories to make it mid at best. Agreed. They beat the brakes off that dude, bounced him around like a volleyball. He had to be humbled. Okay. I have to go for now. Thank you for the sprints and the chats. Good luck to everyone. Had a great time. Thank you for being here. Have an amazing day. And sorry for getting so off topic, you guys. So I'm going to get us back into these sprints because the timer has just like come and gone. So my bad. We're going to get back into these sprints. Let's see here. For Cora, they said she had a hot temper, so that was why she was good at fire bending. Pretty bland explanation. There are so many things that I would like to argue with that, starting with the fact that didn't Aang and Zuko find out that like true fire bending is not supposed to come from anger and temper, right? Like they had a whole episode where they went to like the sun dragons and stuff. You're telling me that just we're just gonna like gloss over that, right? That's interesting. That was a choice. That's all I'm gonna say. That was a choice. Honestly, I don't even have an issue with Avatar: The Last Airbenders. The original was good. I think the Kyoshi books were also really good. I think the comics that came after the original series were actually really good. I think that everything else outside of those things absolutely sucks. And that's just kind of the hill that I'm going to die on. I don't like Korra. I hate the movie. Everybody hates the movie. I'm not feeling this live action adaptation, especially if it's just mid. Like, what was even the point? Like, I'm just, watch the original, read the comics, read the books. That's kind of how I feel about it. But left or right, we're going to move on and get back into another set of sprints. So if you guys are new here, welcome. If you're not, you already know what this is. We got 45 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. And when you hear me talking to you again, it'll be time to come back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. Personally, I'm going to get up, walk around, stretch. Oh, I didn't say that this time. If you haven't already, please make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Get up, stretch, drink some water, get some fresh air, do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself. I will actually probably go get a snack or something because I need to be responsible and take my own advice. But there is no movie in Bossing Say. I love being around people who understand things. That tickles me. But all that being said, we're about to get into this. So hope you guys are productive and we will talk in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of the good stuff. As for me, I have to do some mathing, but I am up to 1,195 words in this chapter for today. So that's 674 words for me. Not too shabby. I am getting to a point where I'm like, okay, literally, if you guys were here earlier and I was basically talking about how basically at the beginning I was like, oh, okay, if I write things down, the plan almost 100% goes awry. So I've stopped writing down the plan and I was like, I'm just gonna write, I'm just gonna go with it. And yeah, we have taken a turn, my friends. We have taken a turn, unexpected turn. And so I'm like, okay, all right, this should be fun, this should be great. We'll see how this plays out. Also, shout out to Cassandra and Jocelyn who came in while we were sprinting. Hope you guys are well. Hope you're doing well, being productive. And yeah. Apparently, there are some things when I'm working on Project Necromancer that are just like so reminiscent of We Are the Origin. And I'm like, okay, is this me just repeating the trope, or is this just like a calling card for one of my stories, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like this would just more so be a calling card versus a trope, because I'm like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Now that my brain has decided that this is what's going to happen, it has to happen now. But I'm also like, I hope people appreciate it. But I'm hoping it's one of those things where it's just like, if you have read the other books that I have written, then it'll just be something where it's just like, oh, that's fun. You know, like kind of like, oh, okay, little crossover there, right? But we will see. We will see. But I've also created a lot more work for myself, because I'm like, now I need names for things. And if y'all have ever created a fantasy world, one of the most difficult part, which should not be the most difficult part of anything, is naming things. It's like, what do I call this? Where do we go from here? How do I reference this? What do we do? Like, it's one of the most frustrating aspects, right? But let's see here. Ben's like, always love the turns. Thank you. I'm glad you're here for the ride. Hopefully it turns out well. Love the chaos. Guess I gotta embrace it. I'm trying to embrace it. Let's see here. I started writing by hand, and the typing was not helping. I entertained adding jackals to the story, which is a bit much with the snakes and all. Ooh, snakes. Okay. Well, honestly, I cannot help you with that, friend. I would love to, but that is a very unique situation. But I don't know. I feel like snakes and jackals could be a good mix, because honestly, what you're saying reminds me of like Assassin's Creed Origins, and I don't know if that means anything to you, but that's kind of the vibe that it's giving me. And I'm like, you could totally have those at the same time. Like, sometimes problems go from bad to worse, and it just be like that sometimes. it just be like that. So I'm here for it personally. Go what makes you feel good. You know, you can always adjust it in future versions. Let's see here. So I said, I'm remembering old techniques for working on 3D software. Basically been brushing up this whole time. Makes sense. I want to see what you're working on. Like, I don't know. Is that something that I can request? I just want to see it. I like looking at the things that you create. So I would just like to see it personally. Wrote down four words, or four what? Because 4 words is still a win. Still more than you had. So I'm here for it. Hate naming things. Yeah. Love stuff like that. I need to read it. Honestly, Benjamin, you will probably very much enjoy this chapter. It's going to also be super long because, like I said, it's taken a turn that I was not expecting for it to take, but I still know where it needs to end up. So I'm like, oh, cool. Creative work for myself. Love that for me. So yeah. Yes. See, this is why I love having an author council. I feel like I get friend benefits, and I appreciate them. I do. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, 4 pages. Got you. Okay. Progress. Love it. I support it. I am here for it. So, that being said, let me know how you guys are feeling. We have done like 4 sprints. I don't know. I have been here since 11 o'clock. It is now 3 o'clock my time. So we have been here for a little bit, for a little while. Let me know if you guys are good to go for another sprint, or you're ready to call it here. Because Ash does have sprints at 6. So if you guys need to like do things in between time, I understand. Just let me know, because if you guys want to do one more sprint, I think we could do one more sprint. But if y'all are gonna dip out, I'll probably call it here. So let me know. Also, this is your reminder to take care of yourself. Get up, stretch, breathe, drink some water, get some fresh air, whatever it is that you need to do. I had some Girl Scout cookies that I had left over. not the best thing, but I'm technically not on an empty stomach anymore. So, and I have some water, so I've been sipping on that and munching on my cookies. So technically I'm in a better place, but for sure, absolutely do need to get real food at some point. Let's see here. Celeste is down to keep going. I just got here. Okay. Jocelyn's up for another sprint. Ash can do one more. Okay. Sounds like we are down for one more sprint. So we will do one more. The next one will for sure be the last one though. Mostly because I actually do have to like get some food at some point. So I'll probably get some after this next sprint, which will line up because Ben will be off work too. So I can make that his problem. And that is the beauty of having a significant other and being married. Actually, I don't know if I said that on the internet at any point. Like, I've been live multiple times. Yesterday was our anniversary. So I have officially been married for 9 years now, which is kind of wild. But yeah, we're going on a decade of being officially married, and that's wild. It's kind of wild to like realize that you're getting older in a sense. Like, yeah, it's for sure been 9 years, but also we got married when I was in my last year of college, which means that I've been out of college for almost a decade, which is also wild to me. But that's what it is. Life be lifing. So yeah. I'm also, and I mean, that makes sense because I'm also going to hit 30 this year. So that also makes sense. Like, it's been a while. Time marches onward. So yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. So get off work in less than 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Cookies sound great. They were. Let me tell you something though. Let me rant really quickly because these little girls, they be out here freaking scamming people with these freaking cookies. Because look, again, getting older, because I'm like, when I tell y'all I opened that box of freaking lemonades and I was like, there are 12 cookies in this box. 12 cookies. I was like, I remember when these boxes were chock full of cookies, and they're smaller. You get smaller cookies, less cookies, and the box is more expensive. And I'm like, this is a whole freaking scam. Are you kidding me? And then with the Thin Mints, I was just like, where are the rest of the cookies? Where are the rest of the cookies? I can't even freeze half the box because there are not enough cookies in the freaking box to freeze. And I was a little upset. And by little upset, I mean very upset, because I'm like, this is why I don't see Girl Scouts out selling cookies like this no more, because they know it's a scam. They know it's a scam, and I am not here for it. But they were good. I mean, the Thin Mints were good. So were the lemonades. I mean, I ate all of them. But at the same time, I'm like, I remember better days. And it's so crazy because I remember as a kid, my mom and my dad would be like, wow, it's crazy how expensive things have gotten. Like, it didn't always used to be like this. And that, they would talk about, being able to go to the candy store and, being able to get stuff with like a dime, or, if you had $1, you was out there balling. And I was just like, okay, you guys, it hasn't been like that for a long time. Let it go. But now as an adult, I'm like, yo, when did things get this expensive? This is crazy, unhinged, wild. Literally, Ben and I were just talking about how if you go to McDonald's and you get like 2 McChickens and a large fry, that it's going to run you like $10 or $12 at this point. And I remember vividly in high school being able to go get lunch and get 2 McChickens and a large fry for $5. Like, you could have a $5 bill and get 2 McChickens and a large fry. And it was just like, where has this world gone? How have we gotten here? Because me and Ben literally went to McDonald's. We were just like, you know what? We're gonna super minimal, right? We each got two McChickens and a large fry. Tell me why that lovely woman, not what I said in my mind, but that lovely woman at the window was like, yeah, that's gonna be like $20 and some change. And we were like, for what? For what? It's crazy. Anyway, inflation is everywhere. It's ridiculous. They need to stop. Would very much like this to end. Also, thank you guys for the happy anniversary wishes. It was great. We went out on a little date last night and it was fun. We tried out this new restaurant downtown and it was really great. We would probably try it, like do it again on a weekday for other special occasions possibly. But it's crazy because it's just like when we were in Texas, there was like a specific place that we would go to for our anniversary or whatever. We only went once a year and we just didn't have a place like that. But I think we might have a place now in Charlotte, and that's pretty cool. I used to have Girl Scouts and people would be so mean to my girls because the prices were high and the cookies were low, and I would have to tell them the girls only make 60 cents per box. The way I feel so much anger in my chest right now because you telling me that I came up off of all of that money for them freaking cookies and them girls didn't even make $2. Bruh. That's a scam. Look, y'all, that's a scam if I ever heard one. Oh, okay. Everything costs twice as much and is half the size it should be. Amen. What kind of dog do you have? I'm so mad that he's like, it's my dog. I mean, Alphonse is my dog, but it's our dog because we're married. 9 years, homie. Like, what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. Although, I will say this, and I'm going to wrap this up because we're going to get into this next sprint in 15 minutes after the hour. He's a medium-ish dog. He's only like 20 pounds tops. I don't know. He's not here, so I can't just lift him up on screen, but he's like a little terrier mix. We adopted him, so I don't know what he's mixed with, but he's adorable. He's on the background of some of my streams, so you might see him there, but yeah. I seem like the Maltese type. Do I? I don't know. Honestly, I love my dog, but definitely the last dog that I would ever have, for sure. Mostly because, I am very grateful for Ben because he is the responsible adult. I don't know if I've told y'all that. Between the two of us, Ben is the responsible adult. Like, I am very much the one. I'm like, I can cook and I can adult sometimes, but Ben is the one who's like, okay, responsibilities, and I'm like, what are those? So I play with Alphonse and make sure he's happy, and Ben makes sure he stays alive. That's kind of how we break down that system. Yeah, literally, he does the work so the dog doesn't die. But I pet him and play with him and stuff, and it's great. That's kind of how that worked out. Mind you, I was the one who won the dog, so we would probably never have another dog again because I lived up to the expectations that my parents said when I was a child and I won the dog. They're like, you're not going to take care of it, and hate to break it to y'all, but they were right. Without Ben, we would be in dire straits. Alphonse would be in dire straits. So, yeah. He's well taken care of, though, because like I said, Ben is responsible. So, and I'm responsible for like the things that are like, I don't know how to put it, the big things. Like, I make sure he takes his preventatives and stuff, and I'm the one who schedules the vet appointments and things like that. But like day to day, Ben is the one who takes him for walks, right? And that's kind of how that worked out. But also where we live, I'm not sure that I should go outside by myself. I can't be the one responsible when we go outside. The last time I took Alphonse outside by myself, there was a fox, like a literal wild fox. And I don't know if y'all know this, but foxes are big as shit and they're freaking scary. And I was just like, no. And then Alphonse wanted to fight it, and I was like, I'm going in the house. I will leave you here. And since then, I don't go outside with Alphonse by myself. We need someone to protect us, and that person is Ben. So that's where we're at. But let me stop running my mouth. We're going to get into this last sprint. At this point, y'all know how this works. 45 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. When you hear me talking to you again, it'll be time to come back for our final check-in. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. So This is our last sprint, so make sure you leave it all on the page. Leave with no regrets. And I will talk to you guys in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that last sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. As for me, I'm up to 1,636 words, and I feel like I am actually getting into a pretty good flow of things. So, I'm excited about that actually. Um, I'm kind of like, I don't say struggling, but I'm like, it's a dark fantasy. So I'm like, there are certain elements of it that I'm still kind of like getting my footing with, because it is a little, not even a little, it's a lot darker, I guess, a little bit more gruesome than what Where the Origin is. So I'm just kind of like, okay, let's see what we can do here. So, but I think I'm getting somewhere. I like it. So that's kind of the point. But yeah, let me know how y'all did, what you accomplished, all that stuff. And also shout out to La, who came back for a bit before she had to head back out. I don't know if she's still here, but awesome. And Ben said to like the stream if you hadn't already. You know, it wasn't me, he said it. I'm just letting you know that you could do that, right? Um that being said though, I need to do some mathing so I can keep up with my actual sprint for today. Let's see here. Before I was at what? 1195 for the day. So, let's see here. All right, 441 words. So, not too bad. Not too bad. I think that's actually pretty good, especially considering that this whole thing took a turn that I was not expecting. that I was not expecting. I think we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Let's see here. Never read about necromancy, but love the concept. Also in my story. Ooh, awesome. Honestly, I am one of those people where, for better or for worse, like, okay, y'all can tell me what your opinion is of this, but I feel like, especially within writing, there's kind of like this trend of being like, oh, you have to do your research. Like, you have to do this concept in the same way that everyone has done this concept. And I'm just kind of like, well, what's the purpose of having a concept if you're just going to do what everyone else has already done? And I know that may be problematic, but for me, I'm also like, I don't know. Necromancy is literally just someone who has death magic, who can like raise the dead, right? Like the general broad idea of it. It's like I want to write a story about that, with that concept, with my own lore, my own magic, my own gods, my own system. Like I don't really care how other people have done it up until this point. I'm just like, this is an interesting concept that I want to play with. I'm not like, oh, this is how it has been done traditionally in the past and other types of storytelling. And I'm just kind of like, I don't say who cares, but I'm like, also like, who cares? This is how I'm doing it, right? Like, if you want it to make sense, pay attention to how I'm doing it in my story, right? And so that's kind of where I'm at with it, but hopefully it goes over well with the people who actually have to read it. But I don't know. I think about some of the conversations that I've had with like We Are the Origin and We Are Dying Gods, and it's always like, where did this come from? Like, what lore are you mimicking? And I'm like, I'm not mimicking anything that I'm aware of. I'm not going to say it hasn't been done, but I'm not mimicking anything that I have seen with the intention of being like, oh, I'm going to borrow specifically from this, you know? I don't know. I just feel like it's more fun that way. I feel like we need more people playing with concepts and more freedom. I don't know if it's just the nature of like the world goes on and the more content you have, the more people want to pull from it. But I'm just kind of like, I don't know, like, let's give a little bit of freedom back to creating. I feel like so much of creation now is just like, oh, it's just like this other thing. Okay, if it's just like that other thing, then why are we doing it again? I don't know. If we've already been down this road, we already know what's at the end of this yellow brick road, for lack of a better term. Why are we following it? We've been here, done that. We've seen the scenery. I don't know. That's just my rant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But yeah. Let's see here. Jocelyn said, progress was made and my brain took a bit of a break, but I'm back in the swing of things. Awesome. Love that for you. Let's see here. Z said, wrote 3.5 pages. Whoop whoop. I'm sure those are 2 more chapters. Lots of editing in my future. That's for all of us. That is for all of us. Let's see here. Cassandra said, finished a scene outline, small but incremental steps. Look, progress is progress, and I love that for you. I love that you guys are getting stuff done. That's literally why we do this. So I'm glad. I'm glad. Let's see here. So let's got ahead in my modeling and then set myself back, but it's all good. We're learning. It's a process. It's a process. It's a journey. Let's see here. Reading too much into the genre makes me feel like you'll copy their work unintentionally. That's a real thing, at least for me. At least for me. So like some things I do want to like know about and read about, but I never want to be like, oh, I'm reading this and therefore I am putting this into my work unintentionally, either intentionally or unintentionally, right? You'll think an idea is yours and you're like, oh, it's just like that book that I was reading when I was writing. Huh. Go figure. Go figure. Let's see here. Tatiana said, just finished the first scene of chapter 1. One more scene to go. Whoop, whoop. I love it. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. I'm so excited for Tatiana's book because I loved Bones to the Wind and Dragging Your Bones. And so I'm like, this next book, I'm here for it. I'm excited about it. So love that you're making progress. Love that you're making progress. I'm gonna leave it at that. Leave it at that. Let's see here. Ben said, I don't like how people try to box in fantasy. Just read the words on the page. There are a lot of people who I feel like, and it's so interesting because I feel like fantasy is such an interesting genre because it's such a range, right? But I feel like there has become this like trend of like, I don't know how to put it either, other than like, I feel like there are a growing amount of people who go into fantasy who don't want to pay attention to the things that make fantasy what it is. Like they don't want to pay attention to the world building. They don't want to pay attention to the lore. They don't want to pay attention to the characters and their growth and stuff. They just want it to be like easy. They just want to be like, oh, just tell me everything that I need. And they don't want to, I don't want to say think while they're reading, but like they don't want to think while they're reading. And while I feel like that's valid, I also feel like fantasy is not really the genre where if you're just trying to zone out, that's really not the go-to genre for that in a lot of cases, right? Because fantasy is all about those things. It's all about the world building and the lore and the little bits and pieces that you get as you read the story. So it's like if you are not here for that, it's so crazy. But then it's like people will be like, oh, well, I didn't really like the book because I didn't get it. Or it's just like they'll give a review for a book and they'll have no idea what happened in it, and you'll be like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, I've read this book. None of this stuff happens in the book, and it's literally because they are filling in the gaps themselves for the things that they're not paying attention to. And I'm just like, that's wild. That's interesting. That's a choice. I don't know. But yeah, let's see here. So I said I like reading into the genre or original lore just because it gives me a better idea of where the concepts originate from, but it gives me more ideas to play with. But see, that's the thing though. Like, there's a difference between, okay, I want to fully understand it to come up with my own thing versus, oh, I'm going to read into it so that I can copy what has already been done. There's a difference between having a full understanding of what you're doing versus, okay, I'm just going to take what's been done already and just repurpose it in a new package, you know? And I don't know, I feel like there's a balance to it of like sticking to what it is versus playing with it and coming up with something new. Because if you think about it, all the myth and stuff that we have, like, I hate to bring it up, but like truly vampires, right? I don't know why Stephanie Meyer decided to make them sparkle in the sunlight. I don't know if that's like some other like deep hidden lore or whatever, but for most people who exist in 2024, who read books about vampires, a lot of them know Stephanie Meyer, and that sparkling thing is accredited to her. Might not actually be, but it's accredited to her, right? So it's just kind of like, I feel like if she can do that, I feel like there should be more space for us to be able to create things with myths and lore in fiction, where it's just like, sure, that wasn't in the original myth or lore or research or whatever, but it's just something that I added for a little razzle dazzle, right? Little razzle dazzle. But I don't know. I feel like some people can also be like super deep in the research to the point where the original idea kind of gets lost in it. I don't even know if I'm making sense. I don't know if I'm articulating it correctly, but that's just me. That's just me. Got some more editing done. Awesome. Let's see here. The same idea can be done differently by each author. People just expect reiteration and retellings. I'm not so creative yet, but I did borrow some real life gods. Need to be very careful though. And see, but that's the thing though. Well, real life gods, yes, be careful. But also it's just like, I guess I'm tired of like reiterations, retellings, repackagings, all of that. Like, I want something that's going to make me feel something. I don't want something that is like, oh, I've seen this 100 times. I don't want to go into your book knowing what to expect by the midpoint simply because of what power you have given your character. Like, oh, I already know where this is going from the first page. That's not fun. I'm here to be entertained, and I am not being entertained if I'm just like, oh, I can tell from the synopsis and the way this book starts out pretty much where this is going to go. Like, there's no point in reading the book at that point. But I digress. Some authors will surprise you. I just have not found a lot who have. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. I think people are trapped in the ideal that fantasy has to be a certain type of story, unfortunately. I agree. I feel like when people think of fantasy, like, how long is this stream? I don't think anyone outside of the people who are listening to this in real time are ever going to hear this. So I'll say this. I feel like there are a lot of people who, there are a lot of readers who center whiteness in their fantasy, and it shows. And it's kind of crazy to me because I have heard people talk about certain stories and their complaint is that like, oh, it's not fantasy enough because it's like not medieval Europe. And I'm like, that's crazy that you went in here with your own expectations and you ruined this story for yourself. Like, you did this to yourself. That's wild. That's crazy. And to think that it's because you went in here with your own expectations and you didn't pay attention to the words that were on the page. But now the book is bad because your imagination wasn't up to the standard of what was actually written in the book. Wild. Wild. You just expected an author, specifically a BIPOC author, to just replicate everything that you had already seen done by white authors. That's so wild to me. Is that not crazy to think that people really think like that? Like, what I have already read is the peak, therefore everything else has to be less than. Crazy. I don't think copying is the right word for it. You can borrow concepts from many sources and sometimes even make a nod to certain references. I think you can do both. You can make your own original concepts and stand on the shoulders of giants. I agree. I don't mean to sound like it's like, oh, you shouldn't do it or anything like that. I do think there are a fair amount of authors who are just straight up copying, who don't want to come up with their own concepts, who are not borrowing concepts and making a nod to references, but are just straight up being like, oh, this is how it is, therefore I am going to use it exactly as is, right? And I find that to be personally undesirable, right? The idea of standing on the shoulders of giants is that you yourself are standing there to become part of what's lifting people up in the future, right? The idea is that you stand on the shoulders of a giant so that in the future someone else can stand on your shoulders and go further, right? But I feel like some people are just like, No, they already did the work, so I'm just gonna take it. I'm not gonna try. But yeah. Let's see here. Loose Mormon thing. That the sparkly statue, like, oh, okay. I didn't know. I think appreciating the reference to something may have to something else, and boxing in a story to the point you think rules have to apply that aren't stated. Yeah. There are too many Persephone and Hades retellings or Romeo and Juliet. Look, man, there's only so many times that these teenagers can kill each other and it be interesting. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Over a dude, like, that's wild to me. Romeo and Juliet was always wild to me. Like, sweetie, you're like 13. Did you really just like stab yourself over a male persuasion? That's wild. That's wild. That is true. Eurocentric culture is often seen as the default. Don't even get me started on that again. But yeah. And white settings are old for fantasy for years. Afrofuturism has been picking up. I love Black Panther for hopping in. Right? Like, it's just I'm not going to get on a rant. I am not going to get on a tangent. But there's a space, a market, and a reason why Black fantasy exists. And there's a reason why Black Panther was objectively the best Marvel movie. I mean, I say objectively, but like, I don't even like Marvel movies, and I really like adored Black Panther. I would watch it again. Have watched it multiple times. Ask me how many times I've seen any of those other Marvel movies. Once. And that's because Ben made me watch them with him. Black Panther, though, is objectively good. Like, even if you don't follow the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Black Panther is good. I can't say that for any of the other movies. I feel like you have to be invested in the rest of it. But whatever. I won't want to just copy other authors. Where's the fun for me if I do that? Nothing wrong with giving a nod to another writer, though. Then you're giving them props. Exactly. There's nodding, there's referencing, there's giving props, but there's also just straight up like, oh, I'm just going to do this thing that has already been done. I feel like some readers treat a niche like it represents the whole genre, which is unfortunate. That's a word. That is a word. And on that note, I'm going to end things here because it is almost 4:30. So thank you guys so much for being here, for working with me, for sprinting with me. I hope you were able to get some things done today. I will be back with sprints for March Madness, which starts next week on the 4th. So I'm sprinting, I believe, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, I believe. So I will be back on the 4th, I want to say. Don't give me the line. Hold on. The schedule is in the description box. So if you guys want to know for sure, check it out because I'm definitely checking it, which is crazy because I made the schedule. I should know this. Yes, I sprint Monday at 11 o'clock. So I will be back with more writing sprints. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, I will be sprinting in March. So feel free to come back and be productive with me. It's going to be great. It's me, Ash, Deja, the writer, who is new. So if you haven't followed them, for sure, get into it. Also, Shannon, Margaret, and El Penelope will all be participating in March Madness. So make sure that you guys are subscribe to their pages so you don't miss it. But that is it. Like I said, final reminder that if you have not liked the stream, go ahead and do that. If you are watching in the future and you made it through all 5 hours of this, first of all, thank you. Much appreciated. And leave an orange heart down in the comments so that I know that you actually watched all the way to the end. And yeah, that is it, you guys. I will see you guys on Monday, 11 o'clock, same place. And I hope you guys had a productive day and continue to have an awesome evening, afternoon, depending on where you are, whatever time of day it is. I hope you have a good one. All that being said, you guys, that's it. I'm done. I will see you Monday, and until next time, I hope your days are lovely and your books are interesting. Bye, you guys.